Halo, halo, witam, kłaniam się z Kings Casino w Rozładowie. Dzień drugi, main eventu Sztos 8 Grand Prix. Dajcie znać na początek, że nas słychać. Tutaj, tak jak Amadeusz na naszym Instagramie przekazywał informację, miał delikatny spadek w żetonach, ale jak powiedział, dopóki piłka w grze,
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the ZTO Grand Prix Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Razvodov. It's Action Man Dan here in the booth. 112 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 1,497. Small blind is 10k. Big blind is 20k with a 20k running big blind ante. That's 10, 20, 20. Average stack is 668,000, so about 33 big blinds. Hope you're all doing very well on this Sunday evening. Wherever you were tuning in from, we had some phenomenal numbers last weekend for the World Series of Poker Circuit event. That was the main event, the €1,100 buy-in. Absolute scenes at that final table. I feel like this one is going to be action-packed. I expect nothing less. Let me know how you're getting on in the Twitch chat. Drop by and say hi. This tournament had 600k guarantee and phenomenal numbers. It once again, nearly 1,500 total entries. Milan is going to kick things off with a raise here, playing a massive stack of nearly 100 big blinds with the King 10 off suit. Going to raisey daisy, and it's Axel in the small blind with the decision here. Ace Queen of clubs. Looks like he is just going to ram a jam this one, and I don't blame him considering the original opener has so many chips. That might seem a bit reckless because there's so many big blinds, but if he's just going to print money by taking down the blinds and antes, why not? We have Daniel opening from the cutoff with ace queen off suit, and Nassim in the big blind with ace queen of diamonds and the decision. Same hand, but it's suited. Does he want to just see a flop, or is he going to use it as a 3-bet? 3-bet is more optimal choice, and he does go for it. Goes for a 3-bet sizing of 145,000. They are playing relatively deep. I mean, the covering stack has 50 big blinds, so Daniel is going to see a flop in position with the ace queen off suit. Flop is 7, 6, 4, 2 spades. Now, Nassim is going to bet 125k here, and it will work. Not a great board to be betting on. Very straighty, slushy flop on that texture, but does decide to go for a small sizing, gets the job done, takes it down. Nice pickup there for him. DB Marseille saying, with you from Paris, Axel. Nice one, buddy. Thanks for tuning in on this Sunday evening. I'm not sure what the weather conditions are like around Europe, but I can tell you one thing. It is very, very stormy in Ireland right now. The roof is going to come off the hinges, it seems. Axel in the cutoff here. Queen 9 of spades is going to min raise. Now Martin on the button, mandatory jam here with 12 bigs with the Jeffries. And this is a €330 buy-in, by the way. ZTO Grand Prix main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you're just tuning in, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you're new to this channel, we're on all the usual social media platforms. Amadeus from the big blind shoves over the top. And we have our first coin flip of the day. 560k in the pot. It's the jacks against the ace king. 50-50. Not anymore. Martin whacking this one out of the park with a jack on the flop. Turn is the queen of clubs, giving a 9% chance to the ace king, and I do not believe it. That run out was very quick. The 10 of clubs. The runner. This game can be so cruel sometimes. Sends the set of jacks to the rail. And Amadeus will scoop those chips. Now playing the guts of 30 big blinds. We've got an all in the call here. Christian is going for it under the gun. We see another set of jacks. 8% equity now for the ace queen is the covering stack, of course. 670k in this pot, and it goes on the turn. Queen on the river. Not this time. Christian survives, doubles up, and is now playing a healthy stack of 33 big blinds. And Axel raising with the ace-7 of diamonds. Christian in the big blind, completing with the King 10 off suit, popping best here on the Queen 10-6 rainbow flop. Really interesting turn here. 8 of diamonds. Axel with no flush draw, straight draw. And the original opener. Expect to see him with some chips in here. About 100k seems good to me. 125. Goes for 125. Interesting that Christian decides to fold with a larger sizing. I expected to see him call and reevaluate on the river. Just decide that if he calls now, most likely going to be faced with a large river barrel and decides to just let it go. Well, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there are 100 players remaining. Average stack very close to 40 big blind, which is a testament to how good the structures are in these tournaments. Playing at the King's Resort in Rozvadov, looking for a €330 buy-in. There's so much maneuverability with the chip stacks. And Bernard deciding whether he wants to bet here. King of diamonds. Let's go check. And now the river. Man, happy to win a showdown, it looks like. For the winner. Most to talk about there. And Bernard will have an interesting round to go through because he's about to host a small blind to be under 5 bigs. There's a face I recognize. Hello, Zoom player. How are you today? Hope you had a good weekend. Nice to have you with us. Chat is a little bit dead so far, but you have to remember it is January. We just had a few marathon sessions back to back there. We had the 250 mini main event, and then we had the €1,100 main event itself, and that was last Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Really interesting 3 days of commentating and poker in general. And Zoom player tuned in all 3 of those days, so he knows exactly what I'm talking about. And with him raising 45k from 100 to 1. Don't really like the call from Amadeus, just because there's so many players to act behind him, and the raise has come from under the gun. Ace 10 offsuit just not going to perform well enough in this situation. Now Bernard has gone all in with Ace King suited for his last 5 big blinds. In with the ace deuce. Bernard with a golden opportunity to double up here. 7-5-3, rainbow. Additional out now for him, and that is one of them. The deuce, the little ducky. It's the turn. River is the queen of diamonds. Bernard has been eliminated. Great opportunity for him to double up to 15 bigs there, but it wasn't to be. Say goodbye to him. And the sim will skip those tips, now playing 72 big blinds. Milan, the trip ladies on this board on Queen 9. And with this shot straight draw, backdoor heart draw. Doesn't love it, doesn't hate it. It's going to be hard for him to realise his equity with 2 clubs already out there. I think that's a good pass from Daniel. And the team won't be able to do much from here. Well, I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes, because he has raised the 200,000 in big blinds. He says, I really don't like this from the big blind because we've no backup plan. We just have an ace of spades and 5 of hearts. I don't really know why he's attacking this board, considering the raises come from under the gun +1. He is going to continue to tell this story, though, on the 9 of diamonds turn. I really don't understand this from the big blind. This pot is bloated out of control. Over 1 million now as we hit the river. River is the 7 of diamonds. It's a double pair board. The team looks like he is finally going to give up. Really reckless play. But he did follow through with his plan on the turn. Obviously, decides against it on the river. He's got all the information he needs to know that he is clearly beating this hand. Well, not whether he's beat or not, just that the bluff is not going to work. The jig is up, so he just decides to check fold on the river, and I think that's a wise decision. He did lose a healthy chunk there between his flop raise and his turn bet. We love action on this channel. That's what you're seeing here. Got to give him props. Being ambitious, nonetheless. There he is. Apocalypse says, "Good evening, guys and girls." Good evening, Apocalypse. I hope you are well, my friend. Hope you had a good weekend, sir. Nice to have you with us. And this team taking down the blinds and antes there from the button with the 9-6 suited. So Felix is going to complete here in the small blind, and Christian is going to raise it up with the pocket sixes. I think this is fine from Christian, but I might just go for slightly larger sizing of about 65k, 70k, maybe even upwards of 75 to 80k. But Felix does call for the additional booty. Flops an open ender, and this is not a good board for Christian, but he is going to rep it. Doesn't want to bet too small, doesn't want to bet too big, something around 50k, goes for 40 instead. That's fine. I think Felix has a mandatory peel now. Turn is the Tree of Hearts, 200k in the pot. Felix is going to check a second time. Now, Christian is going to keep telling a story. He wants to tell a story, he wants to be betting somewhere around 100k minimum. He goes for 80. And this is starting to get a little bit pricey here for Felix, because if he commits an additional 80k and doesn't hit, seems like a waste of chips unless he has a plan. There is 280k in the pot, so he's getting about 3.5 to 1 on his money, so I don't blame him for calling here on the turn. Let's see a river. There is the deuce of spades now. Felix knows he can't win the showdown. Christian might just want to check it back and win sometimes, lose sometimes. He's going to be happy to take that one down. And Felix can't really go for a bluff once he's checked, called 2 streets. Thank you so much, Apocalypse, for updating Payouts in the Twitch chat. First place in this tournament is going to win a whopping, and I mean a whopping, €73,700 for a €330 buy-in. Where else would you find it all under one roof? It's the King's Resort live from Rozvadov. And once again, guys, as is tradition, of course, we have some 10k tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe main event to be allocated to the top 6 finishers in this event. Unbelievable stuff. 92 players remaining now. Means they are all guaranteed a minimum payout of €779. Apocalypse says, sorry, a bit busy tonight, but keeping my eye and ear here. You know what, Apocalypse, you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you for updating all the required information. It means the world to me. It does not go unnoticed. You do whatever you've got to do, sir. 954 here is the board. Nassim is going to take this one down with a c-bet. And the turn here is going to go check, check. 255 in the pot on the Jack 4-5 ace board. Small blind against 1 plus 2. And Queen of Diamonds for Daniel. And he is going to go for a bluff here, and I don't blame him. Knows he can't win a showdown with just King high. Does he know Amadeus has just Queen 10? And I like this as well because it's taking the bluff away from Amadeus. Daniel probably knows this. If he checks, he might get bluffed off his hand. He's taking that move away from his opponents. He's got some blockers to hands like Ace King and Ace Queen. For all those reasons, I think it's a nice play. And with 89 players remaining now, that means the minimum payout is €875. Average stack is about 42 big blinds. And it is all to play for here. And there is a face I recognize, Safwan Bahri. I love commentating on this guy. He's in the French crew. Victoria Melhers and Riyad Farhat Clementure, just to name a few. Nice to have him back at the table, feature table, this early in the year. I know he's been quite successful in 2023, and long may it rain. And Safwan Bahari, with 66 bigs here, has a lot of change, lots of chips, and lots of change to get working with. So I'm really excited to see what he does with this kind of stack. He's going to start things off with a raise to 40k with the ace jack off suit. Blinds have just gone up as well, folks. Small blind is 10k, big blind is 25k with a 25k running big blind ante. That's 10, 25, 25. And one is just going to wrap some of this board on the 998 paired board texture. And Amadeus is just going to raise to protect his hand here with 10-8 offsuit. Interesting. I would have thought he would just call and see a turn, or potentially check jam, even though that seems like a lot of chips. It's up a lot of your opponent's equity, overcards, etc. We've gone for the raise, and Stefan ain't buying it. He's going to call, making it very cheap for him to see the turn. And the turn is a juicy one, folks. It's the 10 of diamonds. Yeah, I don't see how the rest of the money is not going in. Amadeus with up there now.
So I saw German channel. So maybe we can make like 50 together.
He's only got 310k. So he's just wondering how much the best we can jam on the river. Call me crazy, but I actually wouldn't mind just overbet jamming here. I think it's a good spot to do it. When we bet 100, we're leaving 210 for the river. It's just too good of a price for a man like Safwan Bahari's caliber. So let's see what he wants to do here. Obviously, he's going to appeal for the 100k. Expect to see all the chips go in by the river, depending on what the river is. Okay, so the river is an essential brick, essentially a brick. The Tree of Hearts doesn't change anything. It's now shoved for the last 8 big blinds. One loses the minimum, I guess. Interesting hand because I feel like it just could have went all in on the flop.
Our mothers will see what you have.
And I like that Amadeus decided to use that his check raising range to deny Safwan's equity with his overcard. But personally, I would have just ripped it all in if I'm going to check raise. Harry is going to stay active here with his pocket trees, raising to 50k. Amadeus from the small blind is going to 3-bet to 150 with the pocket sixes. I think Safwan is just deciding, is it worth his while step mining, which I don't think so. I think he might just fold his trees here. Probably his best option. If he thinks Amadeus is completely getting out of line, he just sticks him in. He decides to go for the third option that I didn't think he would do and just call. Interesting poker happening here at Kings, folks. Ace Jack 5 is the flop. 2 clubs. This is going to check. Now, this is where Safwan's skill takes over because he can start repping this board like crazy and he has positional advantage. So I actually don't like that he checked back. I would 100% put out a feeder bet in this scenario. But he does check back. We see a 7 of clubs on the turn. Amadeus is going to check a second time. I just thought that was a golden opportunity for Safwan to take this pot away from Amadeus. Like he's going for delayed bet then. Also looks strong. He does eventually release. No clubs in hand. And maybe that's why we peel Prix, because we're able to get away with this kind of stuff on flops and turns. F1 now playing 52 big blinds. Bird is in the house, flying by to say hi. What's up, Bird? I was also going to say, guys, Apocalypse, what's your weather like in England at the moment? Because there is an unbelievable thunderstorm going on in Ireland right now. Perhaps my lesson for 2024 is pathetic fallacy is when the weather reflects the mood. Maybe the weather is reflecting the mood of people dealing with January's depression after such a long Christmas and New Year's and all the celebrations. Apocalypse says big storm here at the moment too. Had to tie my garden down. You know what? It actually makes me not happy to hear that, but like, so I have someone to bounce off, or like someone that I can relate to. It's actually crazy. Like, my dog just died a few days ago, so I have the other dog downstairs, the young pup. He's lovely. He's down though. We had to bring him in. Can't leave him out in the cold. Like, the roof is going to go off my shed, and that will mean that I won't be able to be boxing and training as much as I do. So I'm going to have to batten down the hatches, as they say. Apocalypse, you know, dogs die. He was 16 years old. I didn't even want to mention it playing on the stream, but you know, when it's this stormy and it's a Sunday evening and the chat is a bit dead, it seemed okay to mention it. He was a lovely dog, 16 years. But the other fella, he's only a pup. He's less than 2 years old, so now he doesn't know what to do. Just want to make sure he's okay. That's all. But thank you for your comment. Teddy was an animal. 16 years, guys. 16-year-old dog. Like, you can do no more. Friend, companion for a long time of my life, over half my life. So, yeah, nice one. But back to the action. Christian wants to be rejamming this one all day. Instead, decides to just call. I'm seeing a couple of hands here that have been played very passively, where we could, in a different dynamic, see it all go in pre. I don't like. I would nearly induce with nines button against big blind here, but it's 2024. We're at the King's Resort. You want to play passively. You've got through a field of over 1,000 players. There's 86 remaining. There's a lot of money up top. Times are tough. You just want to call and see what happens. And it's Queen 6-4-4. Now it goes check check. But if you've got a player who's just going to be happy to check it down with you, then I actually see the merit in just calling with the nine. Now on a double pair board, I would be inclined to lead, try to get some value with my nines, but he decides to just go for the passive route. Christian will win the pot nonetheless, now playing 35 big blind. Love seeing that King of Hearts behind the player there, just going past him in the background. King's production team going above and beyond, week in, week out, 365 days of the year. Incredible stuff. I'd like you to see, subscribe and like the channel, Poker Room Kings, on Twitch or on YouTube as well. If you want to find out all the information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Actual clicking in the min with the pocket nines. And Lavi is just going to call with the ace queen off suit. And Milan is going to call behind with the same hand. One in for a penny, in for a pounding, is going to call the additional 25k with the 5-3 of clubs. So let's see what happens here. 10 bigs in the middle as we see the flop of 10, 10 deuce. Axel is going to bet 60k, and I think this is a good lead from Axel. And get rid of the competition. Lavi wants to see a turn card with the ace queen. He's got no heart in his hand though, so he doesn't really have much backdoors. I think he might think his ace high is best here some of the time. Oh no, the graphics have served me wrong. It looks like he just folded. My apologies. I'd like to take this opportunity to apologise to absolutely nobody. Let me know if you were watching the fight last night. The UFC was absolutely crazy in Toronto. Unbelievable main event. A phenomenal war. 25-minute war between Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis. I always say championship rounds. That was a fine example of championship rounds. They went the distance, both looking like bloody messes in the end. That's why we're commentating on poker tonight. Much more civilized game than the UFC. In the hijack from Milan, he is going to min raise with the Queen Jack offsuit. And Felix is going to rejam here from the cutoff with the Ace-8 offsuit. You know what? I like this rejam from Felix. I would prefer if it was suited, but Milan has so many chips. He's going to be opening pretty much every hijack that this is a spot that we don't want to miss out on. And Felix knows his rejamming spots, knows his opponents, and gets to take that one down. Apocalypse with a very funny comment saying proper event next weekend, Royal Rumble. Right. Because you're one of my favourite people, got to do with Kings and the Action Man Dan Army on the Twitch channel. I'm going to watch that Royal Rumble. I can't promise I'm going to watch it live or whenever it comes out, but I said this to you last year. I said I'm going to start watching the wrestling or whatever. I'm going to watch that Royal Rumble. So, and if I don't, you have to hold me to that, because that's I'm not. I don't want to use the word promise, but I'm going to do my best to watch that Royal Rumble, buddy. How about that? We've got cut off against the big blind here. Safwan Bahari with the Queen 8 offsuit, putting those chips to work. Has positional advantage, and Lavi not going to like this board with the ace 10 of spades. No backdoors, no nothing on the 9, 6, 5, 2 diamonds. And Safwan will take that one down, now playing a stack of 50 big blinds. Nassim seems to be going for a 3-bet here to 110,000. Now, the problem I have with this is it's way too small with pocket fours. We just want to call from the big blind and try flop a set here, something like that. Safwan is going to destroy you when you call in position here. This is Safwan's wheelhouse, basically, when he gets an unbelievable price to see the flop with pocket tens in position and he's flopped the set. Granted, there's 3 clubs on the board, but it's not going to phase him. You see him betting 130k. Safwan knows what he needs to do. Just call. Looks like he decided to go for a raise there. Wasn't expecting to see that from Safwan, but if he knows his opponent, knows the player, he has a little cheeky smile. Little cheeky smile on his face and scoops the chips. Apocalypse says a few monster matches being teased for WrestleMania. Rock versus Roman. Punk versus Rollins. Becky versus Rhea. Walter versus Brock. Oh, whoa. That's a lot of ass. That's a lot of ass, Apocalypse. Jesus. My God. God damn. That actually is going to be a spectacle. Can I ask you, where do you watch that? Or, like, obviously we have streaming services, but, like, do you pay for it? Or, you know, allegedly you can find a link to watch it online. But I guess we will figure that out when it comes to the time. but I'm going to tune in for next weekend's Royal Rumble, okay? For 2024. You've heard it here first. I am going to be a wrestling fan. Johan, my man. Good evening, sir. Welcome. Thanks for joining us on this very stormy Sunday night. But as I said earlier, and I say it once more, pathetic fallacy. My lesson for this year is pathetic fallacy means when the weather reflects the mood. So if it's very stormy and you're moody, maybe, just maybe, that's a wicked combo. But back at the ranch here, Christian is raising to 55k with the pocket kings. Lavi has called with pocket nines on the button. Amadeus has come along in the big blind with 7-4 off suit. 200k in the pot. Top is Queen Jack 10. Christian is going to lead for 65k. Lavi is going to call with 50k. Now he's got the arse end of the straight, as we say in Ireland. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Christian is getting 295k here. Moses' customer wants to get as much value as possible on this turn card. He's bet very big here, 295. Saying, let's go, Sailor. If you want to call me on the turn, you're going to be playing for it all on the river. Wow. 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 I really did not expect Lavi to call here, but he decides he wants to gamble. In for a penny, in for a pounding. 900k in this pot. He's got the arse end of the straight here, folks. He's got 19% equity against the Cowboys as we hit the river. Nearly a million in the pot. The ace of spades has eliminated Lavi. That was a gamble.com. I'm a commentator, broadcaster, and analyst, and I say it how it is. That was what we say in Ireland is a taxi. Wow. Absolutely going for it there with the bottom end of the open ender. Very shocked that he stacked off there. 75 pairs remaining now. Average stack is just about to hit a mill ball. Current payout is €875. And yes, we are using different chips today. That is important to note. Thank you, Johan. This is why you're in the executive committee, guys. Couldn't do this job without you. The red chips are 1K, the orange chips are 5K, the blue chips are 25K. 1,525. I don't think we are using 1K chips though. Just know the greens are 25s, the red are 5s, and the white fellas are 100 apiece. That makes it a hell of a lot easier. Average stack has officially gone over the mill ball. 72 players remaining now. King, Queen, 3 is the flop here. On 3 ways, 7s against 6s against 8s. 8 off suit. The ace-8 off suit is betting 80K. I think this is reasonable, given that it's against the small and the big blind. And they're both going to get out of the way. And will scoop the booty. And is now playing 30 big blinds. Safwan Bahri has the aces in the big blind, facing the raise of the 10-6 of spades from Amadeus from the hijack. Tree bet is the 200,000. And for Amadeus, he's just deciding whether he wants to see a flop, I guess. Unless he is considering sticking it in his face. I think Safwan has made it a great sizing. Safwan Bahri knows his way around the King's Resort and all the tournaments, so he knows his customer. He has got Amadeus to call the additional 125k with the 10-6 of spades. Here we go. Queen 8-4 hits the flop. Wow, what a great check here from Safwan. I was expecting him to lead tiny, like maybe 75k, but this is awesome. He's opening the door for Amadeus to turn his hand into a bluff. This is sexy stuff here at Kings, guys. The €330 ZTO Grand Prix main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Decides to check his option and the 9 of spades rolls off on the turn. Ooh! Could we have picked a juicier card in the deck? I don't think so. Now for Safwan, he's just trying to decide how to size up so he can bet small on the turn so he can jam all in on the river. Goes for 175. I actually expected him to bet a small bit less. Amadeus goes for it. We've got action. Safwan calling. Here we go, folks. 1.445 million in this pot. Safwan with the aces. Amadeus with a lot of outs. 12 of them to be precise. Here we go. Let's see the river. Oh, it's the 7 of clubs. Oh, that's a dirty one for Safwan Bahri. What an exciting hand to commentate on. Amadeus calling the 3-bet with the 10-6 of spades. You live by the sword, you die by it, mate. Sometimes the aces are gonna lose. That's what's happened here. He had the balls to put all that additional booty in pre-flop. Safwan played his hand very, very crafty, but it just didn't work out for him on this occasion. Got a feel for Safwan losing such a massive pot with aces, but he's played his hand that way, disguised it in that manner. Sometimes you're going to see a dirty river. Smith is raising to 55 here with the ace 10 off suit. Maxwell not going to defend here with the h3. Let it go. picking up the action here on the turn on the King 10-9-5 board. 305,000 in the pot. Amadeus is betting 90k with his pair of 10s. Daniel, top pair, good shot, straight draw, ain't going anywhere yet. Calls for 90k, and the river is the lady, the Queen of Diamonds. Daniel with the straight. Gonna have to decide how much to bet, how much he thinks he could get paid by a 2-pair type hand. I wouldn't be going too large if I was Daniel here. 185 screams to me. But if you think you can get paid by 2-pair, then go big, I guess. So maybe 285, 250 plus, goes for 260. Same result. Wasn't going to get paid irregardless. 67 players remaining now. And that means all players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,035. Mikel out in front here with 89 big blinds. Milan second place with 66. Amadeus with 44. Then Christian with 42. Then Daniel with 34. Safwan Bahari with 26. Axel with 26. And Nassim with 24. So only one player at this feature table under 20 bigs, and he still has 16 bigs, a very workable stack. Of course, with the structures of Kings are unbelievable. They really are. They're the best structures in Europe. Some of them anyway, for sure. So much playability for everyone under one roof. Hope you're enjoying the show, folks. Good evening if you're just tuning in. It's the Kings Resort live from Rozvadov. It's Poker Room Kings on Twitch. And hello to everyone tuning in on YouTube also. Balsar says we are. So I guess I have to finish that for you. We are live. I could do that a hell of a lot louder, but not when we're on the mic commentating on poker. Someone has to take over from Bruce Buffer someday. Just throwing it out there. Mikel raising to 65k from the cutoff with King 10 of Hearts. Amadeus is going to call ambitiously from the small blind here with Ace 4 off suit. Balthasar says, we are enjoying the stream. That makes sense. Thank you for your comment, Balthasar. Nice to have you back with us. We've got a few new fans this year already, and that means the world to me anyway, and it means the world to the Kings production team and the mods, of course. Great to see new faces that are tuning in. Very addictive poker, a very addictive game in itself, but tuning in to watch people playing it also becoming a very popular pastime with people. Mikel betting 75k on this board of the King 7-3. Turn is the 5 of clubs, giving Amadeus the ace. Clubs in his hand has the nut flush draw and a good shot straight draw. Up there for Mikel. I don't think he'll be going anywhere just yet. It's a large enough bet from Amadeus in the small blind here, 175k. And if I am Mikel Adam, I'm just going to call here and reevaluate on the river. And he does fill his flush with the 3 of clubs on the river. 690k in this pot now. And Amadeus is trying to think how much he could get paid with a bet. It is a pair board, so it's not going to scare him too much. I think a sizing around half pot, 275, something around that area seems good. If I get paid by a hand like one Michael has. That's like quite a large bet. Like 450 or so. No mathematician, we are about to find out. Okay, 375 has been declared. And Michael is just going to fold relatively quickly. Important to know, folks, the blinds have gone up. Small blind is 15k, big blind is 30k with a 30k running big blind ante. That's 15, 30, 30. 67 players remaining now. And it seems like he's going to play this very trappy. Has gone for a limp shove with ace king off 25 big blind stack. Not something you really see that often with a hand like ace king in late position, but hey, he gets the job done, takes it down, adds 200k to his stack, and the world keeps on spinning. We see a bet of a call here. A bet and a call here on the Jack 10-7 one club flop. Turn is the 3 of spades. Daniel with King 10 of spades. And Amadeus with King 9 of clubs. 385 now in the pot. Option for Daniel. Does he want to continue barreling? I think with a pair and a flush draw. Wants to deny his opponent equity. And just get some additional value from a straight draw. I don't think a 7 can continue any longer. He could have decided to go into check calling mode, but I think this is totally fine. Goes for a bet of 145, and Amadeus just deciding whether he has the right odds to peel, and I really feel like he does with that exact hand that he has. And let's see a river. Cry me a river. 675k in the pot. River is the 4 of spades, completing the flush for Daniel. Problem is Amadeus has come up short, so whatever he bets on hand 42 of the day, it's not going to matter. Daniel goes for a sizing of 225. Daniel bets 225. Gets the job done. Amadeus can't do anything with King High there. And he's being friendly. He's showing him the goods. I know this year is only a spring chicken, but we've seen a lot of players showing a lot of cards so far this year. It's just a testament to how friendly and a nice environment it is to play at the King's Resort. Everyone always chatting, talking, and showing when they have it and when they don't. I think it's great for the game in general, I really do. But sometimes you want to keep your card close to your chest. The comments coming in there. What this says, let's get ready to rumble. I hope that wasn't too loud. That was about as loud as I could do without making it into an impression of something that would be designed for a different platform, I would say. Michael raising 65k with the ace king off suit. Yeah, I thought that was absolutely hilarious, by the way. Someone saying this. This is Martin Cabral playing this event. I don't think it's far from €330 tournament Martin Cabral was rare. He was playing in the middle of January, but Never ever forget where you came from, your grassroots. Always remember where you were, where you are, and where you're going to be. Would be my advice. What is there asked? Am I Bruce Buffer? Well, I don't normally stay up for the UFC fights anymore, but I really wanted to watch the card last night, so I stayed up last night for it. Um, I wasn't too impressed with a lot of the fights, but the main event, wow, what a main event it was! And it was in Toronto. I have three aunties in Toronto. I just I like I, had to watch it live, and it did not disappoint. Maybe I have a bit of Bruce Buffer on me today for sure. Um, Someday maybe I'll be over at King's with a microphone and I can scream and be loud and proud as Bruce Buffer. Dan Bluffer maybe. Just Action Man Dan, but that is that is not today. I just want to scream down the microphone when people are probably hungover or got families, going to work in the morning, want to keep it chill. Felix is shoving from the cutoff 13 big with between 10 off. And that's going to get the job done, I'd say, because Daniel ain't going to be fighting with four deuce.
Yeah, I didn't see, I didn't recognize the white one. Yeah, that's why I will get to the goal, so I don't have to. Well, I'm lucky I didn't go just like that. That would be. Okay, let's go.
And the next hand here we have Amadeus raising to 60,000 with 10-8 of spades. Juan going to get lucky with his ducky. We're calling the button with the deuces. And for Axel in the big blind, I actually think it'd be a great rejam if we were to make it. We probably just want to see a flop, given he's getting such a great price. And what is King A6? Actual with up there. Okay, it's going to be 5K though. turn is 5 with diamonds. Check, check. River is Jack of Hearts. Axel now, top 2. Didn't expect to see him check it another time. I would have rather liked to see him go for some value there. But decide to try get his opponent to bluff. His opponent doesn't go for the bluff option, and instead he just takes down a small pot. On the river here, on the 5, deuce, 3, 5, deuce board, Axel spending 3 with the ace-6 of diamonds. He needs to get some value. Wants to go for a sizing around 75k, something like that, maybe 100. Go for 105. No bueno for Michael. Axel will take that one down and pass over the million threshold. So that means he's over the 40 big blind zone. Balthazar asked how many runners there was. In the top right hand corner of the screen, every couple of hands you will see exactly how many players are remaining. and how many entries there were to begin with. There was 1,497 entries total, generating a massive prize pool. Winner of this event, guys, if you are just tuning in, this is the ZTO Grand Prix Day 2. 73,700 euro. How are you getting on now, like, from a 330 euro buy-in? What more would you want? Unbelievable. It's only the first month of the year. Kick in the door for 2024. How are you doing now? 6 tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe. So it's all to play for here, all the glory. Fold all the way around to the bottom, and the sim with pocket threes is going to raise it up to 75k. Got about 27 big blinds to start the hand. Just takes down the blinds and antes and adds 75k to his stack. Balthazar asking about re-entries and rebuys. It's unique entries, like, so every time there's an entry, there's no This isn't online, mate. This ain't no telephone tough boy stuff. This is the King's Resort live from Rozvadov. You have multiple opportunities throughout the week to get into these tournaments. And then you all come in to day 2. And that's where I come in. Then we watch these gladiators fight it out on the Monday to try earn their freedom. $60 players remaining. Yes, Johan, thank you for clearing that up for Baltazar there. You can re-enter, but we don't know how many. We don't talk about re-entries. It's actually funny because one of the first times I've ever been asked how many buy-ins someone has had in the tournament. I had a deep run in the Irish Open, one of the only live poker tournaments I got to play last year. I got to play about 3 or 4 times last year, but I got 39th, I think, or in or around that. And yeah, it was great, unbelievable run, and I did it on one bullet. But like, I was talking to some professionals and some people that are way more banked than myself, and they had fired up to 7 times for the 1K, the Irish Open. So it just depends how many times you're willing to fire. Sometimes one bullet is enough. Other times you best be ready to reload the gun. Do you know what I'm saying? Queen Jack 10 is the flop here. Safwan with the ace 3 of clubs. And yes, you could re-enter this tournament as many times as you want. Fire away, boys. Poker is alive and well. You want to keep firing bullets? Be my guest. That reg desk ain't gonna close anytime soon. But that's not the part that I take part in. Anything got to do with that. I like to get down and dirty, where the real money is happening. Less than 10% of the field remaining. Michael is going to raise it up here with the pocket sevens to 65k. With Jack 8-6 is the flop. Top two for Amadeus. Good shot, straight draw for Safwan Bahari. And Amadeus is going to bet 80k. Turn is the Jack of Spades. Amadeus is bolted up, but Michael can't continue. Surely, just with pocket sevens, not looking too pretty on this board. And Michael eventually does let it go. So folks, we are going to have one more hand before the break. This has been the first frame. I hope you're enjoying the show. Poker Room Kings. Nearly 200 of you tuning in on this blustery Sunday night. Amadeus is going to raise to 75k with the ace-5 offsuit. And Safwan Bahari with ace-9 offsuit in the small blind, but I don't think he can continue because he's not really suited here unless he wants to use it in his 3-bet range. I think he's just going to let this one go. Let's see what happens. And Daniel is not going to be continuing with the 7-3 offsuit. So that's going to do it, folks. We are going to go on a 15-minute break. I will see you all in a few moments.
All for love, I'd do anything. I can't seem to find my identity. All for love, but I plead insanity. Circles around my heart on repeat. All this for the sake of loving you. Welcome to this place. It's a table for two. I just cannot think about it. Can't live without it. Won't be without it.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. That. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
Well,
Nojbal's going to have a hand? Well, he does have a hand.
jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere, 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs, getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, to a flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9-4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. One card from elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Clezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this featured table.
You just get water? You just get water to drink?
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Okay. Can I get 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klez now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realise, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're gonna bet turn to then snap fold, a self-inflicted wound. Especially again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks.
So forgiving.
Can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy is just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but
yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack v +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
120.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
But one he's not fearful of, in particular given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with Ace Queen. I mean, King, Jack, Heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something damp enough surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of Hearts, Jack of Hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290. The fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think is the Ace Jack Ace King of Hearts sort of kit.
To take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing. I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes.
Wow.
2 to come. He still has 20% equity, but a 4-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set
What our
the
table
2.1
number
million in
after
the
break?
middle.
We move to inside. What our table number? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace? On his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck.
Yeah.
Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds
One more hand.
will polish off his remains. And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you'd find the escape with ace-queen in the spot as played.
And we see the elimination of Safwan Bahari. You live by the gun, you die by it, sir. Unlucky this time, firing off. Just didn't go his way. Dan Fox is in the house, says hello. Hello, Dan Fox.
You're on the way. Very good way.
Sorry, I missed one or two hands there. My dog died this week, so the other dog, whose puppy is downstairs, was acting very strange to me there, so I just had to try make sure he was okay. So my apologies for that. I am Action Man Dan back in the booth. Let's go. Cards are in the air. We are live for day 2 of the €330 ZTO Grand Prix main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. That is 54 players remaining now. Small blind is 20k, big blind is 40k. With a 40k running big blind ante, that's 20, 40, 40. What gives it says, Ronnie just won another snooker tournament, not even surprised. Yeah, I mean, you can't say at what point he's like, mate, have you not won enough? He just wants to keep winning and he wants to keep playing. You cannot let, you gotta let kids skateboard. And he is a master skateboarder, even though we are on about snooker. So many world titles. If he's finding form, he should just keep plowing on, in my opinion. Great to see him, like, at his age, being so successful and continuing to do so. That's what I love about poker as well. You can age very well with the game. It's not like you're a UFC fighter that has to retire at 40. You can play this game until the day you die. Hopefully that's somewhere up near 100 for a lot of you folks out there. If you're just tuning in, watching Poker Room Kings, whether you're tuning in on Twitch or YouTube, let us know the crack. Hope you are all well. Daniel raising to 100k here from under the gun +1 with Ace King off suit. And he would take down the blinds and antes on this occasion.
It's just five. You don't have to be worried. Just go.
And with 54 players remaining now, that means a pay jump is looming. The difference between 54th and 53rd is from €1,035 to €1,255. You're looking at a pay jump of about €200 there if you can just survive one more elimination. So if you see players stalling, a bit hesitant in certain hands, I would say that's the reason why. And how are you doing, Dan Buck? I believe you were tuning in from America, so it must be a lot earlier than, say, 11:30. So 11:30 p.m. time at King's Resort, live from Rosvedov right about now. You must be somewhere around the evening time, I'd imagine. Nice to have you with us nonetheless. Michael raising to 80k with King, Queen off suit under the gun. He's got a nice stack of over 2 million to do so. Axel called for the additional 40k from the big blind with 7-5 of clubs, 220k in the pot. King Queen against 7-5 of clubs, and the flop is the juicy one. King 8-6, open ender for Axel, top pair for Michael. Michael wasting no time betting 75k. Now for Axel, he's got a backdoor club draw working for him also. He might decide to check raise this one. Just decides to call. Okay, let's see a turn. 370k in the pot now. Turn is the 10 of spades. Michael's going to bet again, of course. One for 125. eke out some additional value from a hand like the one Axel has. You get paid by an 8, the weaker king. This is very strange. Now, Axel deciding to use this as a raise. Wasn't expecting to see this from Axel. If he was going to check raise, I would have expected to see this on the flop. But the small sizing has made Axel become a non-believer. He's going to raise to 285. Now, for Michael, I think we're going to see him call and reevaluate on the river. He won't be too happy now that he's after getting check raised. $940K in the pot now as we hit the river. River is the 7 of diamonds. Any 9 now makes a straight. And Axel is going to use this as a bluff. I really like how Axel has maneuvered his way into finding a river card that he wants to shove on. This is sexy stuff, folks. Savage action here. And now Michael can't call. Putting a blender. He just loses to too many hands. What a ballsy move from Axel. Staying so stoic and composed. Gets the bluff through. Michael forced to fold. Really nice bluff there. Very impressive stuff from the Frenchman. We've got action here, folks. Under the gun, Amadeus calling the additional 150k to see the flop of ace, 3, deuce. Flopping a set of aces from the cutoff. 600k in the pot. About a 200k and a call. This pot now 1 million, folks, as we hit the turn. Turn is the king of spades. This might slow Amadeus down, considering he now has second pair. I would just check back if I was in Daniel's shoes. Bet my opponent try bluff at me on the river. But he goes for about a 325 and Amadeus should just release his hand right here, right now, but perhaps he has other ideas. Let's see what happens here. He is given this careful consideration. I thought he would have put his hand in the muck by now. Wow, that looks like a call. River is the 7 of clubs. This pot now 1.65 mil. Daniel just with 650k behind. Obviously, only one move here. If you're in Daniel's shoes, all in the fella. What a nice street of value he got there on the turn. See a little bit of the Hollywood before moving all in. And surely Amadeus is just going to let this one go now. They're talking to each other. For me, Daniel looking super strong. Obviously, we can see the cards. We have the luxury of that. But smiling at your opponent, a dead giveaway, in my opinion. Daniel will take that one down. Now playing a stack of close to 2.5 million. Nice pot for him indeed. Strabito says unnecessary tanking. Well, I understand where you're coming from, but he did call on the turn after about 2 minutes, so he really felt like his opponent was bluffing up until that point. Otherwise, he would have not seen a river, but he really didn't want to let that King 10 go into the muck. We've got big action here, folks. Felix has gone all in under the gun +1. Standard jam, Jack 10 suited. Christian all in over the top with Ace King off suit. But it is Daniel now in the hijack who covers both players with 2 10s in his hand and the decision. And that's a good pass from the 10s in general. Facing 2 all-ins. Your pocket pair just shriveling up significantly. But it is ace 9 3 million in the pot. Felix needing a lot of help now to stay in the game with 52 players remaining. Turn is the Queen of Spades, giving him an open ender. All the way up to 20% equity. 6 outs as we hit the river. River is the 5 of hearts. Felix has been eliminated in 52nd place, and Christian will win that nice pot and is now playing 1.44 mil. And Johan, you are indeed correct. The pay jump has been reached. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,255.
I told him so I would tell you. I don't care that you know what. They can see it afterwards.
And the kings of kings for Christian here on the Queen Jack 4. Yabba dabba do, says Michael. He's got top 2 here. And I don't see how all the money is not going to go in at some stage. Absolute cooler here for the 2 black cowboys of Christian. Kindle from Germany has bet 80k that's got raised by Michael with top 2. 620k already in this pot, and I just don't see how this isn't just all in and call with 50 players remaining. Does go all in. Michael does call. Massive pot here, folks. Almost 3 million in the middle. What a cooler here for Christian. Does still have 5 outs. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Giving Christian additional outs as we hit the river. 11 cards can save him. River is the 6 of clubs. Christian has been eliminated, and Michael will scoop those chips. Wins a massive pot and is now playing 77 big blinds. And I like this from Michael. Axel is just limping in the small. A lot of times you see these sizings where they just make it 2x, 2.5x, 3x from the big blind. And for the full 4x, you're really applying the pressure with a hand like 5-4 suited. Axel is having none of it. That's really jam. This is a huge jam, by the way. Pretty big because the blinds have just gone up 25k. Your small blind, 50k is the big blind with a 50k running big blind ante. That's 25, 50, 50.
vitamins, they would have the same, similar. No, I mean the vitamins, they are selling practically the same thing.
And you see the effect that has when you limp in the small blind around pretty big steep. And if you know there's an aggressive opponent, pump it up in the big blind, just shove over the top and get all that extra juice that's out there. It is risky business because if you were called and you have a hand like ace six off suit, it's not going to perform too well in an all-in situation. So you just got to weigh up the options and how likely it is you're going to get called all in before you do it. This going for a very risky open with the queen four suited under the gun, but we like action on this channel. He is getting very spicy if he's opening things like this. I'm excited to see what other hands he'll be opening in later positions. This time Axel has called on the button for 125 with king 10 of diamonds, and the 9 from the big blind is going for the rejam. Mandatory standard enough stuff here for 725 total. I don't think Axel is going to be able to cause. It's going to be too pricey and dicey. Let it go. That's a really nice pickup, uncontested, for Vladimir here at adding 275k to his pack there. Lovely pickup. Behind. And Amadeus is going to take that one down with a 3-bet from the big blind with the ace-10 off suit. 46 players remaining now. And that means another pay jump is looming. Next pay jump is the difference between €1,255 to €1,475. Here we see another 3-bet coming in from Hera. This time with the King Jack off suit. And it's hijack against button this time. And with the ace-8 offsuit here, most of the time it's going to go in the muck, but if he has a read on his opponent that he thinks he's light, he might just go for it. I don't think flatting is an option, especially when we're not suited. And he does just give it up. 45 players remaining. Average stack around 33 big blinds. Update of the chip counts here for you folks. Michael with 57 bigs. Amadeus with 52. Daniel with 44. Axel playing 30 bigs. Then Milan 29. Volodymyr Hera with 25. And rounding out the table we have Peter playing 13 big blinds. 7-handed action. If you're just tuning in, it's the ZTO Grand Prix Kings Day 2, live from the Kings Resort in Rozvadov. We have an all-in situation here for Peter on the King 10-6 board, and Milan is going to have to call him, of course, with top pair, Queen Kicker. This pot 1.3 mil, 44 players remaining. Pay jump has been reached. Peter's tournament life is at risk. There's a big pot for both players involved. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds. That's gold for Peter. 12% equity for Milan as we hit the river, and it is the 4 of spades. So Peter will double up and is now playing 26 big blinds. Amadeus raises to 125 of pocket nines. Daniel not going to defend with the ace-6 offsuit. You see a lot of players defending with that ace-6 offsuit. I actually like the fold there. It's not suited. It's one of the worst ace-X we can have in our range. I think it's okay to just let it go. 142 people tuning in to the Poker Room Kings right now. About 300 on YouTube. Great numbers for this Sunday night. Hope you're enjoying the show, folks. Johan has declared today we started in the 5 to 10k level, fairly low for this tournament series. Today we play until level 26 or 24 players remaining. We are now on level 22. Thank you, Johan, for your help there. 50-minute levels. Thank you, Sa. There is indeed 44 players remaining. And as per usual, we will play until there's 24 remaining or until we've reached all the levels. Be a maximum of 4 more levels after this one. Johan says he will not reach the end of level 26, but we will see. We will see anyway, Johan. This isn't our first rodeo. What an opportunity this is for these players remaining, by the way, playing for over 70 grand from 330 euro buy-in. Not to mention there's 6 tickets up for grabs for the World Series of Poker Europe that's taking place later on this year. All the glory that comes with it is the ZTO Grand Prix Day 2. It's so nice to be bagging chips and coming back to play for a lot of money tomorrow. King Queen 7 is the flop here. Put off against the big blind. Peter wants to just be c-betting this board. Nice to just check it back. Just go to turn. I don't think Michael needs to start bluffing. Just check. We'll check. There is the 8 of hearts.
I didn't drink from this. You wish? Using the glass?
That's going to be the end of that. And Bobel is going to raise to 120 with the 10, 9 of spades. Kings for Axel. Yabba dabba do. We've got action. Michael with the Jeffries in the small blind here, facing an open and a 3-bet. What does he want to do here with his jacks? Difficult spot here for Michael. He could make a 4-bet that commits himself to actual stack. But because the initial opener is sub 40 bigs, he might just decide to basically play for it all here. Goes for the 4-bet to 850. Call me crazy now. So Bubel is going to get out of the way with his 10-9 suited. It's going to come back to Axel. When Axel goes all in here, it really looks like a super strong hand. I'm not saying that we can fold, but it just seems like Jack shrivel up significantly once there's a jam. But of course, we are going to be pot committed. Johan wants to see a flat call. The problem with flat calling there, Johan, was you're totally out of position. So I see what you're saying. You can see it flop for cheap. It's just not great, is it? Like, you kind of give away the strength of your hand and you're out of position against two players. So I actually think I'd nearly rather fold than flat. But I understand your reasoning behind what you're saying. If you decide to 4-bet, get it in, 3 million in this pot, and it's the jack on the flop. Wow. Queen, jack, 9. Axel. We set for the rail here. One is the 6 of hearts. The river going to be, it is the 9 of hearts, giving Michael the full house. Axel has been eliminated in 43rd place. 42 players remaining now. Michael scooping a massive pot, playing the gut of 100 big blind. Interesting turn card here. The king of clubs on the king, 4, 6 deuce. Amadeus with the straight draw. And the top pair. Want to put it on. The Yal is going to call the sevens. This pot now over $1 million as we hit the river. Wow, river is another king. Amadeus now with trips. Way less likely that he has a king. He could very well get paid here if he picks the right sizing. And what is the right sizing to get paid? I think somewhere around 60% pot. 650 sounds like a sexy bet to me. It's for 475. And the Yal is going to quickly call him. He's an unbeliever. Gets bad news. Loses a chunk of chips and sends them over to Amadeus' direction. Amadeus now playing $3.5 million. Guys, we've got a lot of action going on here. Trying to wrap my head around all of this. There's already 1.625 million in the pot, 42 players remaining. What is going on? Bell all in over the top with ace queen of clubs. And it's up to Daniel now whether he wants to call it off with his nines. Michael has put in 500k with his 5. What I don't understand is the jack 3 of diamonds. Nines getting out of the way.
Well, nines. I had nines as well. Yeah. I'm sorry, but you got sick. This is sick.
I'm not sure what Milan has, but it must be a coin flip situation. Pot is now over 3 million. That's about 60 big blinds, give or take. Huge pot, guys. It's nines against the ace queen. The nines didn't go in the muck. It's a classic race. 8 deuce deuce. Jack. And the river. River is the 10 of clubs. Wow. Wow, wow. The ace queen cannot get there. Milan will scoop this massive pot and be now playing over 50 big blinds. Yes, BVHD, the open was 125. I was trying to wrap my head around that hand because there was so much graphics on the screen, so I'm not going to apologize. It was a hard one to see. What there's so much action taking place. Dan Fox said it very well there. Amazed the pocket nines won that when someone else had pocket nines. It is amazing, yeah. You got one pair of nines to fold, and the other one goes all in. So yeah, it wasn't quite 3 million in the pot, guys. But look, it was a juicy one. It was over 40 bigs, not quite 60, somewhere in between 40 and 60 bigs, and we'll leave it at that, okay? As Johan said, keep it friendly. That's why we got the best moderators in town. Updated the chip counts there, folks. Michael way out in the lead here with 80 bigs. Then Amadeus with 63, Milan with 61, Daniel 34, Hira with 31, Yal with 27, Pichor with 20, and Bubel rounding out the table in seat 8 with 17 big blinds. Through your action here on the Jack 5-4, Yal with 7s, here that with the Ace Queen of Hearts, and 4 Deuce of Diamonds for Daniel. Bit of 80k here from Hera, and Daniel is going to come along for the ride. Turn is the 10 of spades, 565k in this pot now. Couple of comments coming in here. Johan saying on Thursday he will celebrate his dear wife's birthday, and on Friday morning he will take the train to King's. He's not a chat pro, he's a mod. The rule applies to everyone. I missed the second line, get me out of here. In the past, I was twice on the feature table, best result place 9. Final table, I have better result in the side events. Well, if you're making it to Kings for the Dutch Classics, I wish you the best of luck, sir. I will be waiting in the wings. If you make anywhere near a feature table, you better let me know. Well, I mean, you'll have no choice because I'll be on the mic anyway. But I wish you the best of luck, sir. You've heard the man. Blinds are up. Small blind is now 30k. Big blind is now 60k with a 60k running big blind ante. That's 30, 60, 60. .39 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €1,475. Reaction here, button against under the gun against the big blind. Under the gun open with the king, queen of spades. Michael betting 175 here on the jack 6, 5, 2 heart flop. 640k in the pot now. Amadeus is getting very creative here, raising to 400k. A non-believer from the big blind. This has two spades in his hand. I'd prefer to do this if we had some hearts, a backdoor club draw, something around that area. Going for it nonetheless. Michael, not impressed. We'll call. Let's pick up a backdoor straight draw. It's an open ender, but it's the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. Wow. It's going to continue here for 475. Just call. River is the 8 of diamonds now. There's 4 to a straight on the board. Amadeus makes the straight with the 4 in his hand. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2.2 million in the pot. What value does he think he can extract from Michael? Also has to be very wary that Michael could have a 9 in his hand for a better straight. I like the idea of making it a blocker-ish type sizing / value bet of around 550, something around that area. 650 maybe. Bingo. He goes for 675. Really like the sizing from Amadeus. As you look at the pot, it's the guts of 3 million. If you look at his bet, it's the guts of 700k. That's over 4 to 1 on your money you're getting. He's bluffing 1 in 4 times. Makes it a profitable call. Just the way this is played out, I don't think Michael's going to ever call with a 1-pair hand. Especially with 39 players remaining. The problem is you're getting such a good price. If you're not getting a good price, if you're going to be beaten almost all of the time, it's just one of those situations where I think you have to just be like, okay, if you got me, you got me. I'm just going to let it go. This doesn't seem like a payoff situation. And it has to be said that Amadeus is looking extremely strong. He has happy feet. You can see he's breathing very heavily. Doing a little dance, making a little love, get down tonight. He's almost about to hop out of his seat. And Michael should be reading into this. Instead of thinking about the sizing that he has to call and looking at his chip, he should be looking at his opponent. This is a big lesson for all of you fans out there who want to get better at the game. He's studying his opponent there instead of eyeing his own chips. A lot of information happening here at the features table at King's Resort right now, live from Rosvedov. He just does pay him off. Like, I think he's doing everything wrong there, Michael, and he's going to regret that one later. Loses a big pot. sends it in the direction of Amadeus. And Amadeus is now playing a stack of 81 big blind. Ooh la la. Hira in the hijack to Cowboys. Kings at Kings. Gonna raise it up. Make it about 140. 130 is the bet. 36 players remaining now, folks. Average stack has just creeped over the 2 million mark. Pay jump is looming. Current payout is €1,475. Survive one more elimination and you get all the way up to €1,700. That's a difference of 225. Johan has declared 12 more players have to bust today. Thanks, Johan.
You missed the big blind.
11 more players have to bust today. One player has been eliminated. You will have to be content with the blinds and antes this time. Yes, indeed, Johan. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,700. Very important to note. I mean, I say it every weekend, but I'm just going to say it again anyway, because you just don't know how many new people are tuning in. A €330 buy-in, generating a massive prize pool. And almost every player left in this field won't have played for this kind of money before. The pressure will be on. So your head is buzzing like a bumblebee right now. You just want to make it through to the last 24. Ring your wife or your missus or your best friend or whoever, your dog, and tell them, yo, I'm in with the chance, 3 tables left. I'm going to be playing for the guts of €100,000 at the King's Resort Live from Rosvedov tomorrow. You don't want to miss out on that opportunity. So you'll see some of the bigger stacks and the more experienced players really apply the pressure to the shorter stacks, and the shorter stacks just want to make it through, and this will become apparent as we get closer and closer to 24 players remaining. They've played for several days already. This is when the cream rises to the top. Who wants it more? Interesting flop here, 7-6-3. Michael with the nut flush draw and 2 overs to the board. Now that is for absolute action. Daniel with 2 pair. And Peter probably thinks he's got a good hand to get his money in here with. He's got 2nd pair on the board, backdoor no flush draw, and ace high to go with it. This is going to be a fun one, folks. We've got action. 585 in the pot. 150 is the bet from Michael. Instead, Peter decides to just call. This is very, very risky business because there's just going to be so many overcards on the turn. I don't really like this from the small blind at all. Didn't like a pre-flop. But he does it here as well. He wants to protect his hand. You nearly want to just go all in or just fold. That's how I feel about this. Now he's put in 150. Daniel's raising to 450. It's just a waste of chips. Daniel has raised. To 450. And now Michael is just deciding. Does he want to stick it all in over the top or see a turn? I think both plays are totally fine, but I don't see how the money isn't all going in the middle here. Sorry guys, yeah, he did fold. There was just a lot of action happening in the hand. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Graphics have caught up. Don't worry. We're on top of things. 1.335 mil in this pot now. Juicy turn. The 9 of hearts. 375 is the bet from Daniel with his 2 pair. And if I'm Michael, I think I just want to stick it all in, honestly. He just has so many outs. I mean, we can see on the screen it says 9. But it's just the time to get it all in. And here we go. It's so sick for Daniel because you don't even like stacking off a 2 pair here. But I guess you're pot committed, right? You've only got 12 big blinds behind. There's 2.8 million already out there. It's only 750 to call. But at best, you're up against a combo draw. This is a really weird spot for Daniel. You can call me crazy, but he might decide he has to get away from bottom 2 pair here, and it wouldn't be the worst fold in the world. If I'm sitting in his shoes and I've just got raised all in there, I think I might let my hand go. It's just so strong from Michael. Any raise from under the gun +1. Sometimes you just gotta call them off though. That is literally his best case scenario up against a monster draw, but it's 30% equity for Michael. Daniel actually does have incredible equity to have 3.5 million chips. Oh my god, it's the 9 of spades on the river. That's a dirty, dirty river card. Oh, I felt that one. Right on the button. Daniel has been eliminated in 35th place. Michael will scoop those chips, playing over 4 million now. And that means we have 34 players remaining. So what do you think there, ECW King? Nice for you to join us, by the way, and BVHT, 2 of the Action Army regs on Twitch. Do you think we should stack off there with 2 pair? Like, we also lose to any other 2 pair. I mean, he can have over pairs. What if he's got a straight? I mean, it's sick because we've so much committed, but it seems horrible to just stack off with bottom 2 there. I don't know. That's a really tough spot. I mean, he calls and sees that hand, and I guess he's going to be up against some over pairs. I suppose when you have that much chips invested, we just have to call it off with 2 pair, but it just seems horrible. Like, we're going to be like flipping at best sometimes. But I guess they do shove with a draw. The more I think about it, I think we just have to call, and it's just nasty if we lose, and that's exactly what happened. 34 players remaining.
Let's stop it. I would like to not give you any more chips.
ECW King with a good point there. He says, yeah, I think fold is reasonable. I'm going back and forward in my head on this one, guys. I'm not going to lie. It's like, sometimes I just gamble, and if you've got it, you've got it. And other times, I honestly would think I'd just find a fold there. It's just, it depends what mood I'm in. I know that probably sounds fishy, but it depends on the player, obviously, as well. I just think if you were to weigh up the odds of how much he has to call to win that size of a pot, it might just tell you have to call even if you're going to be losing a chunk of the time. And ECW says, yeah, I think fold is reasonable. What else besides X8 of spades does that? Even naked flush draw, he doesn't do that. He says, I also don't think he would go crazy with just an overpair. All valid points. Bird is gone back to the nest. Good night, sir. Thank you for joining us. ECW King says, I think early on in the tourney everyone goes crazy, but at this stage everyone plays kind of face up. I mean, it's hard to have reached that point with 2 pair, I suppose, but he was in the big blind. I don't know. It was a funky hand that I would have to probably put into a calculator, but like I said multiple times on this channel, you can't really solve for kings, can you? My final thoughts is just, I think we might have too much chips invested the way it played out to not stack off. And if we had more chips, we'd probably just let it go. That's my final thoughts on that hand for tonight, I think. .33 players remaining now. Jack 9-8 is the flop. Abade is betting 150 with his 2 pair. Land raising to 150 with the pocket fours. And BVHT says Roslick called a 3-bet with 10-6 suited when he had only 30 big blinds and got lucky on the river. To me, that defines as crazy. I thought that hand was a bit nuts, actually. Thanks for reminding me about that one. That seems ages ago now. With 31 players remaining. I believe that was against Safwan Bahari. Banker says, hey, it's Daniel. Thanks for the comments. I'd call that river over and over again. I was just surprised with the all-in, but call was 100%. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for tuning in and letting us know. Appreciate it. 30 players remaining now. Bubel is going to raise full 3x from under the gun off sub 20 bigs. Amadeus is going to call from the small here with King 8 of clubs. Ten-4 deuce is the flop. Bubel is going to bet 250k. He ain't messing around on this board. Oh yeah, let's make one thing clear. You have to call with aces on that river when you play your hand that way. I thought you played the hand really, really well. I think I used the word perfect. I don't like saying things are perfect on this channel because I just don't like the word in general. I don't like perfect and never, because we always can do variations of things in hands, but I thought you played that hand down to a T, sir. Like I said, we live by the sword and we die by it. 275 is the bet here from Amadeus. Bubel is just going to call, of course, with the nut flush. 1.5 million in this pot now, and the river is the three of clubs, pairing board. And Amadeus looks like he is going to give this one up. Bubel can not contain his excitement. This is hilarious. Amadeus asking for a count because it's not much more for him to call, but surely he's got to know that king high ain't no good. And Kral is going to raise to 200k here with the A7 off suit. And here with 28 bigs in the hijack, just wants to be 3-bet calling this one off. We'll see some players just straight up rip over the top here, but I just feel like that's a bit overkill. We should be inducing, and sometimes we can get worse hands to call and go post flop in position. Is piecing out a 3-bet. And here just goes all in over the top for a lot of chips, and of course we'll take down the blinds and antes. With ace raising from the hijack with 5-4 of hearts. Bets 175 with his straight and takes it down. So folks, this is hand 100 of the ZTO Grand Prix Day 2. We will have a break. We'll play this hand, one more hand, and we'll be going on the guts of a 15-minute break. Hope you're enjoying the show. Still 6 eliminations to go. 30 players remaining. Michael raising to 125 in order to go with King 9 of diamonds. Amadeus is going to call, which I find to be very ambitious altogether here with the 7-3 suited. Yal is going to call on the button with 8-7 of diamonds, and Kral is going to stuff it in their face with ace-10 offsuit. Good for you, sir. This is going to be a really, really nice pickup for Kral. No one else is going to be able to call this one. Wow, I did not think that Roslick was going to call there, but he has. I've been wrong again tonight. ECW King said so, and he was goddamn right. 2 million in this pot. And look at this, Amadeus with the 7-3 suited has 36% equity to eliminate Kral in 30th place. Kral hating life here at the moment. Didn't want to get called there at all, but I mean, he is a 2-1 favourite, so maybe he's not hating life too much. Let's find out. 3 in the window. It's followed by a 4 and a 5. This would be some story to tell at the bar. There's a 6. Wow. It's just unbelievable. I mean, you play for a few days, you get into this situation and get eliminated by 7 high. What do? You go to the bar, you order 3 large beers and a large glass of apple juice, the special apple juice, the expensive stuff. You go about your day. And ECW says that's how you win tourneys, Dan. Maybe so, buddy, maybe so. I'm going to have to widen these ranges. What a joy it is to commentate on live at the King's Resort in Rosvedov. That was a whirlwind of a hand. Wow. Wow. 29 players remaining now. And this is the last hand before the break. Johan has a different take on it. He says he is not afraid. We call that a loose cannon. Leave your feelings at the door and leave your calculators and GTO solvers at home, folks. The King's Resort has its own plans. It does not care about nothing or no one. King 6-5 is the flop. Both players with the same hand. Johan says a lucky loose cannon. That's a wicked combination. Over $1 million in his pot now. River is the deuce of spades. And I just feel whatever Roslik decides to bet, Michael's just going to pretty much snap call him. Johan says he will leave for tonight. See you next day, Dan. No problem. Johan, thanks a million for all your help tonight. You've been great. Have a good sleep, sir. And I will talk to you tomorrow. That's going to do it, folks. We'll see you all within 15 minutes for the final frame of the evening / night. We'll be right back.
Of Keating, he's used to playing the role of table captain. I did say, you know, there's only enough room at this table for one B-knock. Looks like we're going to have a blind v blind confrontation between the two.
And Volkov, he can open with far less than 2 9s, and yet that is what has been delivered. And let's see Keating's reaction.
$65K. Sprinkle 2x from Volkov, who's been getting the better of everyone at this feature table, not just Keating.
Good shot, straight draw on a 7-7-6 board. Volkov playing it as a check, and Keating wasting no time barreling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the flat from Volkov. And now 7's full. Keating drawing dead.
Perhaps a safe turn card for Keating to avoid going broke on. Although probably less inclined to give Volkov these types of holdings. Would have expected pairs to c-bet perhaps. Looks like he's carving out a decent sized shell.
We got 275.
And look at the way Ruslan is playing this one, Henry. Now a full house on board. 2 check calls. Do we come out and bet with the 9s now, with the sense that Keating won't be able to get away from playing the board? Obviously Volkov decides no. I mean, surely Keating feels as though this is a gift from the deck on the river that would allow him to chop. Oh, no. You know, only a 7 that Volkov, I think, is truly worried about as played.
I mean, we were teasing that this was an entanglement waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
You see the disbelief on Keating's face, who, to his credit, by the way, isn't incredulous about the situation. Obviously, he knows that Volkov will have a hand from time to time.
no need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by two black kings...
Just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci, Italy would have been the more apropos, but I know...
You
Yeah.
know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required for set continuation, unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Well, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello?
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Queen 3, I should push the limb.
Ooh.
Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. What, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Tochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, and he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rajanovsky says, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He
Which
has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rajanovsky's jam running into the 2 10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-x hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button to blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card from him to see, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadruple that amount.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovsky's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100k.
Yeah.
Ace queen suit. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovsky gets away from this one against ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
He's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Full raise. 250,000.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rojanovsky the appearance that he could potentially
He might
get a
think,
fold.
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which
Yeah.
he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SPR of 1 or less than 1.
He was
taking
given
these
a good
flops.
price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well,
Club. Followed by 2
here we go.
clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He
just
pretty
want-
much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rojanovsky is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with
Right.
2 overs
If it's-
and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s,
If you're
9s,
up
10s.
against, yes,
not.
counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find chance to stay in this tournament for Rojanovsky, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth. Nothing against Adamski, but I want Rojanovsky to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. Nice. He's staring Adamski down, even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
All right, folks, what's going on? We're back. It's Action Man Dan bringing this one home. We're going to put a ribbon on things. 28 players remaining. Small blind is 40k. Big blind is 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80. Average stack is 2.6 million at the moment. Peter is just going to limp from the hijack, it looks like. Hira is going to raise to 300k on the button with King Jack of clubs. A bit of an interesting limp here from Peter. I like this if he's going to jam over the top, but in general this is not something you would normally see off this stack size. You would just see him open rip, maybe even min raise sometimes, but to limp in the hijack, I don't really understand this play. I understand the play if you're going to come over the top. It just seems very strange to me. I'm going to try to wrap my head around a few things tonight at Kings. There's been some really wild and funky hands. $10-5-3 is the flop. He does decide to just stack off on the 2 diamonds board. This is a very strange hand, the way this is played out. He's called Prix and then he's just donk jammed. I would have expected to see him just rip Prix, maybe even raise call or raise fold, but this is so strange. He limps, he calls, and then he donk jams. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Peter with 80% equity here. And Hira is like, can I call him off? But I don't think he's going to have enough equity here to continue. Peter does indeed get to take that one down. There's my man. Apocalypse is back in the house. What's up, buddy? Hope you had a good day. Coming in for the midnight shift. Dual modding tonight. His streamer friend is in a live game and 3 left, 10k for first. Nice one. Best of luck to your buddy. Odeus is going to raise the 300k with the pocket fours. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow for Amadeus Roslik. He'll be my player of the day. You just don't know what he's going to do next. And for Peter here, he just needs to let this one go. Apocalypse says she's doing very well. Half the chips in play. Wow. Nice. That's a great start to the year, Apocalypse. And I'm excited for you. And the person who is winning the money. Best of luck. Sushi says Amadeus is a Polish MMA freak fighter. You can look it up. Brilliant. Thank you. I love hearing comments like that. So then we have some history or backstory on the players. It's great. Thank you for your comment and let me know that. I am a massive fight fan myself. And isn't poker where we all come to fight together? And Bubel is going for the 3-bet. He's basically all in for 1.42 mil with the ace-9 of diamonds from the small blind, re-jamming. So basically what you're telling me, that one of the players at the table is going to be the next big UFC superstar. Is that what I'm hearing? I like MMA fans from around the world. Always let me know if there's an MMA guy at the table. And Peter is going to stack off. Ace 9, 7 is the flop. 3 million in this pot. The turn is the 5 of clubs. And Bubel 82% equity as we hit the river. It is the 6 of spades. And Bubel is going to be left with about 2 big blinds if he's lucky. Meanwhile, Peter scoops those chips. We'll have the guts of 40 bigs coming back tomorrow. But it ain't over yet, boys and girls. What a flop indeed.
Ale gacie falowały. Muszę przyznać, że gacie mi falowały. No kurde, ja słuchaj mi też i wiedziałem, że I know.
And Bubel will be your shortest stack here with 2 bigs. And Yal with 16. Hira with 18 bigs. Milan with 24. Peter with 38. And then we have the top 2 stacks at the table, of course. Rounding out the show. $27 players remaining now. Average stack 2.7 mil. So we have Bubel all in on the button with 10-9 of clubs. Adam with the ace, queen of diamonds. 500k in the pot for the scoop. Queen 10, 8 is the flop. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. River is the 3 of diamonds, and that will eliminate Bubel in 27th place, and that means 26 players remaining now. Just 2 more eliminations to go before it's all said and done, and we go bagging and tagging. Roslik is just going for it, knowing the dynamic 2 eliminations away from bagging and tagging can open his range very wide. King 3 offsuit. More than applicable in this situation. Peter is going to see a flop with the King 10 of hearts. Flop is 8-7 deuce. Nice flop for Peter. Second no flush. Draw 2 overcards to the board.
No, they said you cannot talk your own language anyhow. You know, doesn't matter if you're playing or not. That is what they said. They said doesn't matter if you're playing hand or not.
Only before.
Yeah, that's what they said. Doesn't matter. There are no. It's
Not
not a big deal, you know. You just, you know, it's natural for us to speak. You know. Nobody did it on purpose.
Sorry.
No, to be honest with you. Okay. Sorry about it. You know, we just on the other table. No problem. Thank you very much. No problem. Is it the yellow card?
And this is the penultimate hand of the evening, folks. We're going to play this hand and one more hand. And then the clock will be stopped. Milan raising to 225 with ace king offsuit. Under the gun. Queen 6-4 is the flop. Roslik completing from the big blind with Queen Jack and flopping top pair. 570 in the pot now. And Milan is happy to go checka. Turn is the 3 of clubs. And Roslik is going to go for some tin value. Between 300k. Wow, Milan is just going to call. I would just give up at that point, I think. I would rather just bet the flop if we're going to call the turn. Don't really understand this from Milan, if I'm being honest. It's just a board we want to attack, especially when we're the under the gun opener. Oh, he bets half a mil, and although the board is paired, wow, Milan is going to just pay the man. Wow, wow, wow. His image at the table, getting him paid that time. Roslik now playing 6.6 million, which is good for just over 80 big blinds. So folks, this will be the last hand of the night. I hope you've enjoyed the show. We'll be back at 2:30 Central European time tomorrow. I'm going to get a nice sleep for myself. Get up and try do my Monday morning routine. We'll see how it goes. Be fighting fit for you, Action Man Dan fans, tomorrow, where the winner is going to take home over 70 grand. A 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe for top 6 finishers in this event. 26 remaining right now. So it is all to play for from a €330 buy-in. Check us out on all the usual social media platforms, of course. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on Twitch or YouTube. If you want to find out more about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Roslik is taking this opportunity to 3-bet from the small blind with ace-8 of clubs. Now, from Peter's perspective here, hijack against the small blind. If he knows Roslik is a bit of a scallywag, I think this is a really nice opportunity to rip it in his face and take it down pre. Some other players might just want to see a flop. I really wouldn't like him to fold. I would like to see a jam. But if he wants to call, I understand it. Last hand of the night, 25 remaining. Let's see what he does. It's a nice move from Roslik. But Peter has too strong of a hand to let go. We're going to see a flop, folks. Over $1 million in this pot. Last hand of the night. Let's go. Both players are top pair. This could get spicy and pricey. Roslik checks. Now, if I'm Peter, I would just go for very small sizing. Oh, he just goes for all in. I think this is... wow, okay, all the chips have gone in anyway. I've nothing more to say. Oh my god. What a gift this is for Peter. Last hand of the night. 6.5 million in this pot. And Amadeus Roslik with 11% equity as we hit the turn. There is so much chips in this pot. It's crazy. I don't believe it. Almost like he was trapping. Just check called it with the top pair. Turn is the queen. That seals the deal. Peter will be delighted with that hand. Maybe that's why we call in position. What a hand for Peter. The last hand of the night. Wow. I want to thank all the moderators for their help tonight. And thank all the new fans that were joining in on the channel. Join us again tomorrow, 2:30 Central European Time. 24 players remain, and we will crown yet another champion at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I'll be an Action Man Dan.
Players left, finish up today, and you will make the paper.